Alright, we are back in the Inquisition. And we got through the game, like the Orlesian game. So that's a good start. Now we have other things to do, like make our armor, make our gear.
Mix and match, pick your best.
Let's go take care of some stuff first before we do this. Because we did finish off a couple things. A couple of events in our whatchamacallit here. Let's see, Grey Warden Supply Cache gave us some excellent equipment, useful to any military force. It also includes several rare designs, not seen for hundreds of years. They could serve us well in the fights to come. Commander Colin. She's got 26 minutes. Nightingale, we removed the dwarf from his home in Hightown. He had another manuscript in progress, which we burned, doused in acid, and then threw into the sea. Apparently, he had beef with Ferric for setting up the champion of Kirkwall with another rune crafter. He ranted about better beards and true dwarves, and then declared himself the greatest writer in Thedas. At which point Fletcher laughed so hard she started choking. That dwarf is a menace. And he claims he didn't send a note to Skyhold. Cooper. Let's see, an official request made officially. The Inquisitor has suffered exposure to the tears of the Veil and the energy of the Fade. To properly help him endure these forces, I need to understand them. I need samples, I need remnants, I need to see if it pleases. I request resources for a grand experiment to peer through the Veil, or as far as I can. It's an expensive investment, I know, but it's necessary, and it's only fair. I need to see. I wrote that twice. It's important to me. Arcanus Dagna. Sketch below, flowers and fire. She'll have what she needs. I expect it will be difficult to keep it from her.
Let's see what we have.
Let's see, the tumult of the Major Rebellion has been quelled. However, the city where it all began, Kirkwall, still suffers from the consequences of the fanatic Anders' actions. Kirkwall was once my home. It was home of the Grand Cleric Athena, who was mother to me and many others. I will not watch it languish. Starkhaven will soon embark on a mission of aid. We will send troops and workers to assist in the rebuilding of the restoration of the city. I humbly entreat the Inquisition for help in the endeavor. Sebastian Vale.
Inquisitor.
Okay. Start wiping these things off the map here. This is my team.
Where's my back scratcher?
Right?
Handle the merchandise with care.
Oh, I will. Let's do this.
It's just as I remember it.
You didn't tell me you'd been here before.
After the Blight ended, I came here to see Justinia. She was just Dorothea then, a revered mother.
I didn't expect it to be so deserted. It makes me uneasy.
It's a small village, and it's too early for the chant. I'm sure the sisters are somewhere.
Liliana, is that you?
Sister Natalie, what are you doing here? I thought you were in Val Rayo.
No, I've been here since Justinia died. This place makes me feel like she's still with us.
Inquisitor, this is Natalie, a trusted friend.
Wait, Inquisitor? You brought the Inquisitor here? My lord, forgive me for not recognizing you earlier.
You owe me 20 readings of the Canticle of Trials for that insult.
He doesn't mean it.
Oh, yes, I do.
Natalie, listen. There is
Start
something
reading.
hidden here. Something Justinia left for me.
Oh, really? What is it?
I don't know, but we'll find it. I'm curious to see what brought us all here. Justinia's letter came with instructions for me. They were a little cryptic. Always remember that faith sprung from a barren branch. That light has no fear of darkness. Above all, that strength lives in an open heart.
She must be hinting at something in here. Let's look.
Verses from the benedictions every Friday. That canticle was Justinia's favorite.
Yes, of course. We'd never give up the traditions of our most beloved divine.
That is lovely to hear. I stare up at the bridge sometimes. It's terrifying, but beautiful in a way.
It is beautiful.
Have you seen it by sunrise?
When the sun rises through it, it splits into what looks like 1,000 suns, like a broken mirror.
Yes. Spectacular, isn't it?
Liliana's just playing her for a fool.
Vying for position and the sunburst throne. An open heart. Well, that one's quite literal. And morbid. Though Justinia always said that compassion was my great. Doubt is easy. It takes courage to trust.
What was that?
Looks like we opened something.
Excuse me. I'm in trouble. I forgot my thing. It's okay. I'm sad now.
you waiting.
Good old Leliana was playing you the whole time. Didn't you realize?
They never sing the benedictions here on Fridays, Natalie. Something so simple. And you got it so wrong. I wanted to believe that you were lying from the start. Keep that pretty mouth shut if you must, dear. You've already told me everything I need to know. The prickleweed burrs on your hem, talking about the sun rising through the breach. It all points to a single place. Morel in the Dales, Grand Cleric Victoire's bastion. She sent you, didn't she? Victoire was always an opportunist.
Who is this Grand Cleric? I've never heard of her.
An experienced cleric. She never agreed with Justinia, but kept her ideas to herself. I suppose now, with Justinia dead, she thought she could make her move.
I want to know what this Grand Cleric planned here.
She sent Natalie here to see what Justinia was hiding, no?
The Inquisition has turned Thedas away from the true chantry. It must be stopped.
Stop us? You must be joking.
Mother Victoire is well loved by many. The Inquisition has more enemies than you know.
And Victoire thinks she can ally with them.
We don't have to be at odds, Natalie. You could come with us. Join the Inquisition.
I was called to serve the Grand Cleric. I will not betray you. Kill me then. I am not afraid to die for my beliefs. At least I still know what I believe.
Release her, Leliana. She's no threat.
The Grand Cleric?
She is one woman. We are the Inquisition.
The Inquisitor has spoken. Run. Tell your mistress that she has a choice. The Inquisition is coming.
Usually I kill her, but this time I let her go.
No! This can't be it. There's nothing here.
Check again. Perhaps the box itself is a puzzle. She seemed the puzzling sort.
No, it's just an empty box. There's a message carved in the lid. The left hand should lay down her burden. She's releasing me. The divine has
You're
a long
fired.
reach, but it is always her left hand that stretches out. 1,000 lies, 1,000 deaths. Her commands, but my conscience that bore the consequences.
She apologized in the Fade. She said she failed you. This is what she meant.
All this time, Justinia carried the fear that she was using me. Just like I'd been used in the past. But Marjolaine's games were trifles. Justinia gambled with the fate of nations. She needed me. No one else could have done what I did. She knows that.
Then you have to let it go. Let her go. You don't owe her anything anymore.
If it were not for you, I would have killed Natalie and called it a good thing. Thank you for showing me what was right when I couldn't see it for myself. There are things that must be said, but not here. I will see you back at Skyhold.
And we've softened Liliana again. She was hardened. We made her soft. And that is a good thing. Also, I need to make myself more armor because whoopsie doodle, I sold it. We're fine. Everything's fine. We don't need no stinking armor. I really do. I really do. I'm waiting for Josephine to get back. Okay, so we took care of Liliana's quest.
Grand Cleric Victoire has offered the Ambassador support for the Inquisition.
Ah, Natalie is as persuasive as ever.
I'm told that Ambassador Montilier is pleased with the restraint you showed in Valence.
She's positively beside herself. I will never hear the end of it. Niceness before knives, Liliana. Haven't I always told you?
Will that be all, my lady?
For now.
I love making new friends, don't you?
It was a gamble, Inquisitor, but it paid off. If you hadn't been with me at Valence, I would have killed Natalie. I'd have told you that I didn't have a choice. But there is always a choice. I am more than this. I am more than what Justinia made me.
What does this mean for my Inquisition? Will you still be my spy master?
Of course. I would not give up my post. Not after everything we've built. I just know now that I shouldn't ignore my heart. Mercy is not always a weakness.
Do you resent Justinia for what she did?
How can I when there is so much between us? When she gave her life for peace? No, I believe her intentions were pure. Most intentions are.
You've exceeded her. She could never have imagined the power you now hold.
And now I will know how to use that power wisely. I have to stay true to who I really am, before a spy master, left hand or barred. I almost lost myself. At your service, my lord.
I'll leave you to your work.
Nice. So we got Liliana's quest done and we've softened her heart, which makes me happy. Usually I harden it. Usually I kill the girl and I'm like, yeah, don't feel bad about it. This time I spared her and I feel better about it.
It's good to see you.
What do the people make of us?
There's scarcely a noble house that hasn't openly pledged its support to us.
Any visiting dignitaries I should watch out for?
Marquise Hedinel is here, but Her Grace sent her apologies for missing dinner. Allergies, I'm afraid.
Allergies to what?
Wheat, eggs, honey, meat, most fish, some poultry, and even peppers, to winter fruits, and every nut under the sun.
What does the Marquise subsist on?
Spite, according to her siblings, as the Marquise had the fortune to be firstborn of her family. Try to avoid invitations to any of their luncheons.
Done.
It was interesting to see how much has changed in Halam Shiral. And so little.
Madame Méprise is a fixture. The sun will grow.
Well, I have to go make medium armor. I don't have any. Let's see here. Okay. Maximum health. 135 max health. 16% melee defense is pretty good. Dexterity, huh? Well, 13 and 13. I think that might be our best bet here. Yeah, 13 and 13. $16 magic defense. Let's see here. Masterwork. Masterwork. Horn of Valor. 5% chance to use on boat on hit. Increase maximum stamina. 10% damage if not being hit for 5 seconds. You know, I like the walking bomb. Really like that even better though. Hold on. 10% chance to cast a Veil Strike on a hit. Kinda like that. I like the Hidden Blades so far. With 5 additional hits. So where's my Hidden Blades? For 5 additional hits. I'm a fan of that. Craft it. So there's mail. Prowler. So far, 7% range defense is where we're at. $120 maximum health. That's another 7% range distance, or I can get a 6 under on hit. I prefer that. Now we're talking. Oh man. That's alright, we'll just make it better. There we go. Now he's better. Critical damage. Armor. And you see suddenly it's just a lot better.
Where's my other hammer? Right there.
So Ferric with Bianca. Now do 215 damage. Now he's kicking some butt. Yeah, he's definitely capable. Okay, so Bianca's good. How does Cassandra look? Cassandra, I need to know. 173. Okay. Yeah, you're a badass. It's just awesome. Let's see here. Where is it? There it is. Oh, a Masterwork Sentinel Shield. It was actually worth it. I was unable to reach a compromise with the Venter. I suppose our influence does stretch only so far. He did, however, offer his apologies and made us a gift of some rare materials. I will keep our negotiations open, but it does not look promising. Josephine, Masterwork Sentinel Shield. I'm fine with that. There we go. Here's the thing, I don't even own a mask, thus when the Elysian Empress invites me to engage in real peace talks, I get nervous. I don't know what Elysians mean when they say that, but I hear it involves poison and dancing, perhaps both at the same time. I'm told that you know the Empress Celine and she owes you for that whole saved your life business. Considering you also helped save mine, perhaps the Inquisition could help make these talks happen. King Alistair Theron. There's a great deal of bad blood between these nations, but I'll do my best to facilitate their talks.
Inquisitor.
Alright, that's stupidly important, so let's take care of that. That's fine. Let's go make Cassandra a badass. Have to make my bow, her weaponry, and a staff for Dorian. Then we should be okay.
Not trying to step on your toes, you know.
So craft a weapon, my bow, let's see, 30% armor penetration, 36% armor penetration. There we go. Flanking damage. A 106% armor penetration. I like the 35% critical hit chance. I really like the damage bonus. I also like the 57% armor penetration, but I think the 11% there is going to be what I'm going to go with. Where's my great bear hide? There we go. Restricted to not Varric. Let's see. So that's my bow. Yeah. Not really all that close. Hey, Sarah. There you go.
The Lord who loaded his catapult.
Now I need to see what Cassandra's armor looks like. It's a 258. I can get it to 324. Let's see. Neverite right now looks like the winner. Silverite looks like the winner, 10 and 13. Yeah, we'll put it Neverite. Let's see. 16% magic defense. It's pretty useful. And I don't think that will be... Yeah, it's not something she can upgrade, but that's okay. What about a sword? % armor penetration. I'm just saying, 12% armor penetration isn't a bad thing. 10% guard damage isn't a bad thing either. 12%'s better though. Ooh, I get to make a haft and a rune. Okay. Six. It's as good as it gets right there, tell you what. Okay. Now you're really piling it on. Let's make a shield, see what that shield looks like. 48, huh? 56. Seven percent range defense, that's pretty good. Let's go with that. 7% range defense. And give her 165 more health, I think it'd be a swell idea. I think 20% melee defense might be a better idea. No. Let's go get that shield bash. Nice. Oh, Colin's ready to report in. Nice. Solus, Vivian, Cole, Blackwell, Dorian, Cassandra. I mean, it's cool what she has, but it's not anything compared to what I'm going to use, so yeah. Yeah. Black wall. Yeah. Yeah. Where's my Vivian? There you go. There you go. Craft the weapon. Archmage staff 100. What is Dorian's staff? 9 to 6. Okay. There we go. You know, I like that armor penetration, so I'll go 18% and see if it's higher. I was gonna say, I highly doubt it. We want to make him powerful. Let's see, unkill. Focus for enemies within meters. Poison, fear. No. That's brutal. So a grip and a staff blade, okay. A grip, staff blade, and rune. So there's plus 50. What could just strength do me? It's interesting. Split staff grip. Okay. Okay. So they have 39% armor penetration, 5% barrier damage, and 10% heal on bonus. And just for giggles, massive damage. Inventory. Dorian, I have a beautiful staff for you. There you go. There you go. Blackwall, Cole, Vivian. Where is Dorian? Armor. 228. Okay. Let's put this stuff away. Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm going to change my throne. I don't like my throne. Sandra, Sarah, Dorian. Fine. Oracle, Vivian, Solus, Varric. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we are. Now that tonic's a little better. That's nothing, not really. Just to mock him. So how do I look? Oh yeah. So we spent an hour customizing, roughly. We are set, like we are loaded. I wasn't messing around, I was serious. My team is super strong. We do have DLCs to do, dragons to fight, main missions to accomplish, so we got stuff to do. Where was he? Here he be. Rebuilding efforts are progressing well, but there is little we can do about the Red Delirium. It seems impossible to destroy the gallows where it most concentrated, must be placed under quarantine. Our soldiers are handling it as we speak. Fallen. With the treachery revealed, Marquis Ephilosh Bofin has fled into the mountains. Our initial effort to pursue her had been hampered by both terrain and presence of demons in the area. While we had difficulty making the headway, the Grey Wardens have offered to assist. They seem to be the only force in the area capable of doing so. Regardless, I believe it is worth pursuing Marquis Bofin if we have the means to do so. Yours, Lieutenant Suzanne Kloshsak. The Grey Wardens will do better against demons than normal Inquisition soldiers. Let them fight through the mountains.
All right.
Agreed. And with that, I'm going to use Little Boy's room. I will be right back. First I'll save, then Boy's room. 72 hours in. Alrighty. There. Let's get this moving. So we have a wyvern to fight, a main quest to complete, a tomb to explore. These are my people right here. This is my party. Let's see here.
This might interest you, sir.
Yeah, what is it?
What is it?
Could prove useful.
Okay. We are all very strong characters now. We have hit max level, we have stupidly high-end gear. There's very little that scares us. I mean, this is what we wanted. I'm not complaining. It's not gonna give me that deep mushroom, but that's okay. Just a deep mushroom. Went crazy with my dragon stuff. I don't feel bad about that at all. I got fade touched obsidian if I want to make something again. Very good. No complaints there. I just see a bunch of stuff is no longer in effect. The dragon is gone. The fade rifts are gone. And you have a bunch of stuff, so we've done well in this area. Like, ain't no complaints here. Okay, stop running in one direction. That's weird. You're being weird, Inquisitor. So 2, 5, not bad. You are a test. The emergency broadcast. We're doing massive damage here. That was a common wyvern heart. We're not interested in such things. Dare it even be implied. Inquisition. Okay. There. Well, we're heading in the right direction, at least. Allegedly. Oh, a little campsite here I didn't notice before. I'll take that stuff. Ah, here we are. I see you. I did 5,000 damage to it. Ooh, he left me pretty good. Yeah, I wiped them out. I am what you would call a powerhouse right now. Alright. Absolutely crushing it. There's a thing. I don't know what the thing is, but it's a thing. To whoever finds this, do not trust fast-talking bitch Solon, or whatever she's calling herself. Told me she heard a treasure that she would sell me for show me the map. I gave her everything I had for a worthless map leading to this nest of beasties waiting to eat me. Damn her. They're waiting for me out there. I can hear them breathing. If you see her, split her skull for me. Oof. You had some bad memories there. Alright. Let's go talk to Vivian to accomplish some more of her quest. We are on a roll. Anna's quest is done, Cassandra's quest is done, Varric's quest is done, Solus's quest is done, Dorian's quest is done. Iron Bull's quest, I guess, is still lingering. A lot of the main quests are done. We're doing well.
What can I do for you, my dear? Is it too much to hope that you've brought me the heart of the snowy wyvern?
If you want the wyvern's heart, you'll tell me what you're using it for.
I can do better, darling. Give me the heart, and I'll show you what it's for. Will that suffice?
All right. One heart as requested.
How kind of you. Please accept this as your payment. I must begin work immediately. I should apologize. I must admit that I'd completely misjudged you, Inquisitor. I would like you to come with me to see this through.
Alright. Let's do it.
This should only take a moment, Inquisitor. I'm here, my darling.
Vivienne,
Yes, darling.
it's going to be alright, my love.
My darling? Bastien?
Vivienne, I'm sorry.
He's dead now.
There's nothing here now.
Just a dead guy. Which is sad. So let's go talk to her again. So we wrapped up Sarah's quest. We wrapped up Cullen's quest for the most part. We're still hunting Samson. Overall, most of our Inquisitor friends are done.
Bastien is dead. I can hardly believe. It was the Wintersend Ball. My first visit to the Imperial Palace. The Circle sent a dozen of us to entertain the nobility. I was in awe of everyone and everything, and then our eyes met. Bastien spent the entire ball at my side. The Dowager tried to have him killed for slighting her, but he didn't care.
Obviously he was smitten, but what did you think of him?
He was a dashing rogue, and any defects he might have had were made up for with rank and importance. It was a more innocent time, I suppose. And now he's gone, and I must write to his son Laurent. And his sister will make a terrible fuss if she isn't informed first. And I'll need to arrange for the chantry services. Maker only knows how long that will take.
If I can help you, just say the word.
No, my dear. I'll handle everything. Excuse me, I have so much to do. Do you need something, my dear?
I'd like to know more about you, Madame Vivienne.
Whatever would you like to know?
Why don't you tell me more about your duke?
Bastien was the leader of the Council of Heralds. The only person who could bring that rabble into line. He could charm a bird out of its feathers, and frequently did. I remember once, he broke up a fight between Prosper de Montfort and the Dowager with a joke and a glass of wine. Oh, Bastien. I'm sorry, my dear. I don't think I can discuss this. How may I help you?
What are your thoughts about the others in the Inquisition?
Sarah is certainly a colorful character. Like a poisonous toad, only without the manners.
Well, that's nice. So, in this stream we've gotten Liliana and Vivienne's character quests done, which are, yeah, that's a good thing.
So, you've been hanging out with Three Eyes?
Now very shush. Okay, so we have Vivienne done, we have
Have to make sure it's
Liliana
cleared up.
done. Doing well.
The sight of you warms the heart.
That's enough for now.
We shall speak again soon.
We have a tomb to rob. We're gonna actually let me fast travel there, that's cool. And you see, there's Vivian. Her card has changed as well. I actually like that their player cards change as the game goes on and their progression takes place. I think that's a really neat little touch. It's just a little touch, but it's old school BioWare being awesome. This game is old school BioWare being awesome. It's kind of the last time they were. So here's hoping Dreadwolf can recapture a lot of what this game had entailed, because
it's Taven's party.
Most were unarmed. They didn't stand a chance.
There should be Inquisition soldiers here.
So something terrible happened. I knew earlier we could get in here. I just forgot this is how you do it. It's kind of sad, though.
These are our men.
Curse the past, this place where lies were born. For beneath their sun our people fell. The lands their lady once bestowed, now stolen their name. So when these words are read, we shall be gone. And there's a dead Inquisition soldier there. See, right there, a couple of them. Dead, dead. Not great. We're not off to a great start. Some more dead soldiers. This is actually in a multiplayer map. This zone here. You see, I'm throwing hidden knives on top of my booms. So now I'm being mean. And that's basically the way it is right now. Armor means nothing to me. Nothing better than that, dude. Absolutely destroyed everything.
Maybe we can figure out what they were after. Griffiths' men had part of a seal. Do they even know what it opens?
Whatever it is, it wasn't worth killing those elves.
You don't know that, Varric. Okay, so that leaves the same area. Oops-a-daisy, whoops-a-daisy. Going on in. I remember this level. It's a pain in the butt. Cry for the past, only there does glory dwell, for here the bow was strong, the sword bequeathed, the vows sworn, so glory was born within the hearts of the elves.
A friend of mine once told me about the Emerald Knights. Apparently they had fierce eyes and great pointy swords. She lacked a flair for dramatic description.
Clearly. Yeah, I just absolutely pummel these guys. See, boom. Already dead. There's nothing standing up to me now. You're done. I put my angry face on. Here he comes. Come on. I believe in you. Probably near dead. He's dead. Let's see here, if I go up this way. Is that a mosaic piece? That's a mosaic piece.
Perhaps we should search about a bit.
I did it. Yay, I did it. What's that? Boom, 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 boom. Sing for the past, where rest those who came before. For each night a seed was sown, roots twisting with their brothers and sisters, so the forest grew, a reflection of our might. Let's see, anything? Yeah, no, they're not hurting me at all. This looks like a wall capable of being taken down, but it's not, so we won't. Sorry, Cassandra, you get nothing. I don't like it. A book. Go ahead and save. We've gotten 4 of those. And of course an old RPG adage, save early, save often. Yeah, there's that. Anything else? Nope. Our invisible mage, fear him. For he is invisible. That'd be terrifying. You don't even see the magic coming. It just does. It's like, surprise, here's magic. Guess what? You're unlocked. Took care of that skill a long time ago. Another recipe. I'm really enjoying this playthrough. Like, I never played a bow rogue before. I was always like a warrior, like high-end I kicked your butt. No chance of you kicking mine type thing. Oops. No, stop it. I mean, I don't really care if I get over there, it's just I'd like to. There's a treasure over there. You jerks. Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm gonna be able to. Let's move on. Here's a treasure we can get. Nice. We're boogieing. Let's see. Forget not the past is all that remains. For each night a seed was sown, roots twisting their brothers and sisters, so the forest remains a reflection of our sorrow. That's sad. Sad for them. Let's mess him up. You see, very... Nothing is going super well for these guys. Yeah, see, I'm doing 5,000 damage or 5,800 damage here, which is not going well for them. Boom. Just you're done. You're not getting anywhere here, dude. Mourn for the past and all that was left there, for we trusted in dreams and perceived immortality. We trusted in promise and in hope, so we dreamed in vain, and we lost these gifts long ago. Well, that sucks. Oop, almost fell on my butt. Okay. I hit like a truck. Like, it's really unfortunate for people that want to get involved in my business, because I'm a tough character now. I have very high-end gear, very, very high-end weaponry. I don't feel sorry for anyone. If you got labeled amongst my enemies, you're having a bad time. There's no other way around it. Hunter shield. What's that? Some money. Ooh. Okay. The beacon is lit. Neat tight script preserves the final epitaph for the fallen. Frail faltering in the darkness though imperfect her voice a balm. Andrale Faladine Ensel Enaste. Oops. Epitaph for the lost, naught but blood and torn flesh, but a mother's knows her child. Sorry, and Falandine NSL Enaste.
I could do that if you wish.
I do wish. Wait just a ding dong second there, tell you what. There we go. Think long and hard, dude. Long and hard. What you're about to do there. Because I will kick you in the teeth. There's the Emerald Graves. That way? Nope. It's that way. That bridge was lit, that bridge was lit. That one's lit. Emerald seal required. I don't know where it is, but I'll find it. Mark my words, I will find it. Here we go. Fire stirred ever impatient heart, but she would not be moved. Siona, Valentin, and Saul, and Naste. Arrows along the spine, the child cried, sheltered from his form. Time, Valentin, Lastre. Okay, I need to do something right quick. I need to save this because my map is going crazy. And I'll need to exit the main menu and reload. This should reset my mini map, so it's not going crazy on me like it do. There we go. I was like, huh. Alright. It fixed it. No more flashy nonsense, which is good. It was concerning. Probably that box doesn't count. I fell really hard. I'm fine. It's fine. We're fine. Alright, let's go in.
This is it. Whatever Taven hoped to find, it's here.
They got no chance. I mean, just none. There we go. Long and hard, dude, about what you're about to do. That's all I'm saying. Long and hard. To emerge with an eye as one they fought, as one they fell. Rin, Ilan, Falandine, NSL, Anaste. Best luck to everybody. Revenant's gonna be a little harder, but everything else. And it's just these guard, non-important. Absolutely crushed. That's a big touched item, looks like that. More fade touch stuff, alright. Dumont. That's a unpleasant sight to see. Well, the artifact isn't here, is it? Sturdy hunter mail. We learned a new recipe. There we go. Deaf Alandrine, our brother, Falandine Gaiju, Maker Gaiju. Let here the truth be kept, lest you be remembered a traitor, our sorrow seem a passing woe. Though you swore to serve our people, there were those questioning your heart. Too often had we fought with humans along our borders until the beginning was lost to memory. Rumors of an abduction stirred. As always, the Chantry was swift to spread lies. In haste and anger, they killed Siona's sister for wandering too near the hunter's path. You carried her body back to us. You mourned with us. Yet your heart was distracted. Siona begged for vengeance, and you turned away. More and more you vanished without word or explanation. When whispers rose that you would swear yourself to the Maker, we feared what would come. Siona sought to save you, to bring you back to us. She had lost a sister. Must she also lose a brother? Beneath the tree she saw you with a woman, the one who turned you from us. The woman gestured toward the village. You saw as she turned to gaze upon the chantry's walls. Siona's return. She told us how humans were turning you against us, how their lies must have filled you. As a loyal servant to the Maker's cause, you would betray our secrets. When we went to ask if there was truth in this, you were already gone. So we sought to stop you. With haste, Siona led her people to the village. There we would challenge you. There we would bring you back to us, or to justice. In the dim of a moonless night, she saw Siona. Through the trees, she raced towards Siona, a cry on her lips, and something in her hand. Siona's arrow flew, so the woman fell, the name Elandrin, dying on her lips, daisies slipping from her grasp. The men of the village suspected the girl's flight and heard the scream. They fell upon the elves, but they were no match. Siona's haste surpassed your own. You knelt beneath the trees, blood-soaked petals clinging to your clothes from a final embrace. When more humans came, you would not be moved, and they would not listen. Their arrows found your heart, and you fell beside her. We found your body in the river where they cast you aside. She was taken by her own. It was not the end, but your part is past. Rest now in our honored brother once more. A wreath of daisies on your brow, the letter she carried in your hand. Whoever guides you, whoever guides her, may your souls meet once more in the beyond. Faded blood stains the letter. Adeline, what care have I for gods I have never seen, for a maker I do not know? Let others distract themselves with such lofty concerns. I only know this life. I have seen only this world, and I care only for you. Perhaps your priestess distrusts the sincerity of uncivilized elves. If she must hear me say I will follow the Maker, so be it. Your God intercedes as much as ours. My life will not change. I will return in 2 weeks' time. My heart longs for you till then, and will remain with you forever after. Elendine.
It's an account of the Red Crossing. When the elves attacked that town, it prompted the exalted march of the Dales. Haven would want the Dalish to have this.
The Chantry would no doubt be interested in the account as well.
That is true. So, we have finished this mission. There we go. Gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, we're giving it back to the Dalish. Seems like the right thing to do. Plus the Chantry hates us, so who cares about them? You know, I'm trying to get back in the Chantry's good graces. Screw elves. Hey, Chantry, I have something you'll want. The heck with elves. What do they know? Nothing, that's what.
Clear, actually. An arm.
There we go. Up we are.
Ah, the Herald of Andraste. Is there something I might help you with?
I found these accounts of the attack on Red Crossing. I thought the Chantry might be interested in them.
Such old history. Is it authentic? The Dalish do not part with such things so easily. How interesting. For all the elves speak of freedom, they would not grant it to one of their own. Our histories should be shared. I will see this delivered to our scholars.
Let's see. The source is a recent donation recovered from a ruined and emerald grave. Sister Andrea vouches for its authenticity. The document outlines elven involvement in the exalted march of the Dales. Of note is one of the elves, Elandrin, converting to Andrastian, and the hostility that ignited amongst his peers, as evidenced by the murder of his lover, an illustration of the prejudice and violence to which the Chantry stood in opposition at the time. Could be interesting, perhaps publishable. Must
The Chantry can be
investigate.
a generous friend. Your donation is greatly appreciated. Make her go with you. Ah, the Herald of Andraste. Is there something I might help you with?
No. Thank you, sister.
Make her go with you.
Okay. Nice. We are running headlong into the finale stuff, so let's see here. What's our inventory look like? 20? Let's lessen that up a little bit.
I've chosen a buckle over window.
That's my sunburst throne. Let's see. Storage inventory. Okay. Oh, that's pretty good. Alright. We are ready for the next mission. "73 hours in." Let's see. What do you got left? 4 minutes? Oh, you're done. Inquisitor, the Grey Wardens fought their way through the mountains. The demons were savage, but the Grey Wardens held them off with great determination. As a result, we have located Marquis Buffon's secret stronghold deep in Gamardan Peaks. The Grey Wardens continue to fight bravely, but they have suffered many losses. I recommend deploying them with care, lest we lose them entirely. Yours, Lieutenant Suzanne Cloche-Sec. Let's see. We have Marquise Phalok Buffon trapped in her fortress in the Gamardian Peaks and preparing to make a final assault. While we might earlier have ignored the transgressions in light of greater threats to the world, it is good that we did not. Marquise Buffon's crimes go well beyond smuggling or illegal mining, and she has an ally in Lady Jeanette Legaspe,
I have requests for
who has
information on
come
your
from
lineage
Venatori
from a
mages
few
to defend Marquis.
interested parties at the Winter Palace.
Andraste, preserve me. Feel free to use those requests as kindling.
No, I shall take them. I want to know who pines for our commander. We can use this to our advantage.
I am not bait.
Hush. Just look pretty.
The Wardens have concerns about the Venatori using blood magic and their entire sacrifice to influence their minds, but are prepared to follow your orders. We cannot delay for long as demons in the mountains continue to harass our flanks. Man, that truck sounds terrible. Please send your orders. Yours, Lieutenant Suzanne Cloche-Sec. Just a lot going on here, so it's like, ooh, I gotta be careful where I send these guys. Oh yeah.
All right.
I want their heads on a pike. I remember now. So we're waiting 1:20. Let's see. Of histories. That's a thing. Yeah. 30 seconds. How useful a lot that is. We'll get this done. And that's a good thing. Go on, you're almost done. Ready. I can't stagnate supplied with remnants of exposures to the roofs and fade. She has done something. It is perhaps best to contain her efforts to the undercrop from now on. Okay. If my scouts can find alternate entrance, the Minotaur may not have the...
Inquisitor.
I like that idea. So let's go talk to Dagna and see what she says. Telling Colin to stand there and look pretty. Hey.
Thank you for your investment in my investigations, Inquisitor. I've learned something, I think. I don't know.
What have you learned? Did you find out about the Fade?
I got a scraping that was cleaned off, and it's weird. And the other rift bits, they're weird. It's just weird. I said weird, right?
Answers, Dagna.
Lyrium and the Fade linked, but dwarves and Tranquil not linked. But they work Lyrium, so they are. Somehow. There's something there. I was face deep in a rune, and for a moment, I was tall. Really tall. And I thought all the thoughts.
You felt taller. How much taller?
Like, mountain tall. Or I was the mountain. But I was moving. I felt dizzy. You know what I remembered? Watching a shaper had carved the wall of memory. Except, big. Isn't that weird? Maybe there were fumes.
What do you mean when you say, thought all the thoughts?
I don't know. As if, for a moment, I was around all my people. And my thought was all of theirs.
Your thoughts were their thoughts.
No, my thought was all of our thoughts. Like, parts. Words are mush. Maybe that's what the stone feels like. Or we think it feels like. If we think it feels. Creepy.
So, Tranquil and dwarves are linked to Lyrium, but also not linked.
Like the lyrium needs to flow, but if you're part of it, it takes you with it. So you can't be part of it. That makes me sad. I'm not sure why. It seems like we should be part of it. Whatever it is. Maybe we're the ones who make it happen. Whatever it is. You know what's frustrating? Answers that aren't answers. Ugh.
Keep investigating and let me know what you find.
I tried to make it happen again, but it wouldn't. Then I had a headache. And cocoa and a lie down. I'll keep at it. It's weird. Oh, and I made a rune. It's weird too. Be careful with it. Something strange for you, Inquisitor. You're used to that by now, right?
Dagna, show me what you can do.
Here's how it goes. Bring me the rare stuff, accept it.
Good to see you.
I'll be back later.
I'll be here.
Alright. So we got a few war table quests done and a couple more added, because why not? We've done Vivian and Liliana's side quest in this, and another major side quest in a tomb, so written stuff accomplished. Let's go do a main story quest, because why not? Inquisition is now a force to be reckoned with. Call its allies to rally their soldiers and march with Inquisition Trevelyan's army to Outer Wilds.
Was that part of the game?
Perhaps it was both.
Where they will face Corypheus' zealots one final time. The Inquisition must stop Corypheus before the Darkspawn Magister finds a long-lost elven artifact in the wilds that allows him to enter the Fade and physically claim its power. 16 to 19 level.
With an
Guess what?
illusion,
I'm
Corypheus
27.
could cross into the Fade in the flesh. Indeed. The Inquisitor can attest that these artifacts still work if one knows how to use them.
What happens when Corypheus enters the Fade?
Why,
way, he will gain his heart's desire and take the power of a god. Or, and this is more likely, the lunatic will unleash forces that tear the world apart.
In Redcliffe, I saw the future Corypheus built. We can't let that happen.
It was always so, was it not? The madman would bury us all.
Pardon me, but does this mean everything's lost unless we get to the Illuvion before him?
Corypheus has a head start, no matter how quickly our army moves.
We should gather our allies before we march.
Can we wait for them? We should send our spies ahead to the Arbor Wilds.
Without support from the soldiers, you'd lose half of them.
Then what should we do?
You overcome it. All three of you together. Josephine, have our allies send scouts to meet us in the wilds. Liliana, your fastest agents will join them. Together, we'll have enough spies to slow down Corypheus' army until Cullen's soldiers arrive.
Such confidence. But the Arbor Wilds are not so kind to visitors. Old elven magic lingers in those woods.
We'd be remiss to not take advantage of your knowledge, Lady Morgan. Please, lend us your expertise.
'Tis why I came here. Although it is good to see its value recognized.
Any further instructions, Inquisitor?
The Inquisition began as a handful of soldiers. Thanks to you, we're now a force that will topple a self-proclaimed god. I could ask for no finer counsel, no better guidance.
I speak for all of us when I answer. We could ask for no finer cause.
We'll hound Corypheus in the wilds before he can find the temple or this Illuvion.
Alright. In we go. Let's do it. There was a relay. There's Geraldo. There's my angry spy master looking like a badass.
Inquisitor,
How goes the battle, Captain?
the Red Templars fall beneath our blades, your worship. Commander Cullen says they're nearly finished. Our scouts saw Corypheus traveling towards an elven ruin to the north. We can clear you a path through his armies.
So all you have to do is fend off Corypheus's worst zealots until I've returned.
We shall not flinch, your worship, not a one of us. Andraste guide you, Inquisitor.
I wonder, is it Andraste your soldiers invoke during battle, or does a more immediate name come to their lips?
Another way to let people down if I falter. Thank you for the reminder.
'Twas not I who raised an army of faithful to storm this land, Inquisitor. But I digress. If your scouts report accurately, I believe these ruins to be the Temple of Mythal.
Which is?
A place of worship out of elven legend. If Corypheus seeks it, then the Illuvian he covets lies within. Let us hope we reach this temple before the entire forest is reduced to ash.
Alright, well, it's time to go.
Of course.
Inquisitor?
I hear this Illuvian lies in a temple nearby. That's where the fighting will be worst. Andraste, keep you safe.
Our soldiers have courage. The Inquisition will make it through.
Then I will be as the other faithful and wait. Good luck.
We are gladdened to see you, Herald. This day will be recalled for ages. We are privileged to witness the fulfillment of the Inquisition's purpose.
The sight of our Orlesian allies risking their lives here humbles me.
Your worthy cause would have friends, even if we did not will it. Men and women of faith serve you. Their favor is no less than our own.
Did I make
Their
a boo-boo?
service no less dear.
One second, I might have made a boo-boo. That's why I saved it for
victorious
now.
against Corypheus. May you walk in the light.
One sec here. Might have made a boo-boo here. Okay, we're fine. That's not the way. Some storm heart. Nice.
Listen to how close the fighting's gotten. It will be worse ahead.
One last push and we can lick our wounds. I wonder if Corypheus will show.
I hope you're right about this temple, Morrigan. I could use a building or two.
Do the woods discomfort you, Pavos?
It's mostly the people trying to cut our heads off that manage that.
So now we're some high level stuff, so let's take it to them. No mercy. You're darn straight you'll hold. Taking care of business. I think it's about time you put some love on my trees.
Those were Grey Wardens. They must be the last of those enslaved at Adamant.
If they are forced to obey him, death will be a blessing.
Agreed. Morgan isn't running. Okay.
The monsters are running, your worship.
You're darn straight they are.
For Haven and the Divine.
Okay.
For the Herald.
There, ahead. An entire camp of Red Templars.
Watch out. They've posted archers on the wall.
elves I've ever seen.
Perhaps these creatures are the reason few return from the Arbor Wilds.
It's possible. Stormheart and Silverite. Talk about some high-end stuff. They want you to be prepped for after this mission. There's only like a couple missions left in the main game. You still have to do Black Walls. So. Well, there were people there. They died. So you see, if you didn't have any Stormhold or like Dragonbone or anything like that, the Stormheart would get you a fairly good push into endgame gear. Like, okay, you dummy, you didn't do like anything, so now we have to do this. Here's all the Arbor Blessings and all that. Here's all the Storm Hearts. Your armor is all gonna be gone. There it goes. See you later, alligator. That's it. Your armor not existing. Okay, guard against them. Do not fail me. He exploded. Well, alrighty then. get to the temple, but it only means nothing. Alright, we go. So much storm heart. It's awesome.
There. That must be the Temple of Mythal. Any chance Corypheus will finally grace us with his presence? I'd count on it. Be ready.
I hear fighting ahead.
They still think to fight us, Master.
These are but remnants. They will not keep us from the Well of Sorrows.
Well of Sorrows?
Be honored. Witness death at the hands of a new god.
Well, we witnessed the death of a new god. There's Samson.
It cannot be.
Across the bridge! Now!
Oh, that sucks.
last, Mythal's sanctum. Let us proceed before Corypheus interferes.
You said Corypheus wanted an Eluvian, but he mentioned a Well of Sorrows. Which is right?
I am uncertain of what he referred to.
You're not certain? You said you knew what he was looking for.
I suspected. I did not know. Yes, I was wrong. Does that please you? Whatever the Well of Sorrows might be, Corypheus seeks it, and thus you must keep it from his grasp.
Let's find this well before Corypheus's people do. I want to know how Corypheus returned to life. We saw him die.
And his life force passes on to any blighted creature, Darkspawn, or Grey Warden.
So that's how the bastard survived, Hawk.
We'll find a way to stop Corypheus once we're done here.
It is strange. Archdemons possess the same ability, and still the Grey Wardens are able to slay them. Yet Corypheus, they locked away. Perhaps they knew he could do this, but not how. It appears the temple's magics are still strong.
Is this Elven? Does it say anything about this Well of Sorrows?
I only recognize a few phrases. Ah, a Belisan, meaning place of sorrow. That must be the well. There is something about knowledge, respectful or pure. Shiven. 'Tis all I can translate. That it mentions the well is a good omen.
We're out of luck, unless one of those temple elves drops a lexicon.
Supplicants to Mythal would have first paid obeisance here. Following their path may aid entry.
Perform a ritual to appease elven gods? Long dead or no, I don't like it.
If need be, unless you wish to turn back.
I'm checking something here. This is like the big decision. Who drinks from the Well of Sorrows?
Do not step any place you have stepped before. There can be no vacillation. This is where petitioners walked the path of their gods.
Okay, I'm able to go deeper in the temple.
Are you certain Corypheus is using the power of the Blight to make himself immortal?
Perhaps you forget. I was in Ferelden during the Fifth Blight. I have seen a true archdemon rage. How Corypheus gains the power to send his soul into blighted bodies, that is the real question.
Will answering that question let us destroy Corypheus for good?
Perhaps. I would suggest first dealing with the well. If Corypheus obtains it, any chance of success could be lost.
Do you know what this part of the temple was used for?
The room we stand in is a vestibule, not the temple proper. To those who knew it, perhaps this ritual was little more than a polite knock at the gate. These customs must have been as familiar to ancient elves as bowing to a queen is to you or I.
I find it difficult to picture you curtsying to anyone.
If we become so familiar, you can predict my manners and customs now. Nothing is lost by indulging in the occasional civilized conduct, particularly when unexpected.
You said this Mythal was worshipped as a goddess.
So one assumes. What is a god but a being of immense power? The dread old gods were nothing more than dragons, after all. They rise as archdemons, and they die. Perhaps Mythal was a powerful elf, a ruler among her kind.
Well, we're gonna find out.
Storyteller or facts. Truthfully, I'm uncertain Mythal was even a single entity. The accounts are varied.
There are varied accounts of Mythal.
In most stories, Mythal rights wrongs while exercising motherly kindness. Let fly your voice to Mythal, deliverer of justice, protector of sun and earth alike. Other paint her as dark, vengeful. Pray to Mythal and she would smite your enemies, leaving them in agony. Whatever the truth, all accounts of Mythal end the same. Exiled to beyond with her brethren.
What do you mean, exile?
Tricked by the Dread Wolf, as all the elven gods were said to be, trapped in a land beyond the Fade. Many Dalish believe this is why the elves fell from grace, and their gods did not save them. Or perhaps they were simply rulers slain by Tevinter. Who can say?
You've seen the elves here. They seem odd.
Indeed. Two things are possible. One, this is a group of Dalish separated from their brethren, cultists, fanatic in their desire to keep humans away. Two, these are elves descended from the ancients, having resided here since before the fall of Arlathan. The second appears unlikely, but if true, implications are astounding.
If they keep records, it could change everything we thought we knew about history.
It is thrilling, no? To discover an era thought lost forever has possibly thrived in the shadows. We may, however, find these elves reluctant to part with their long-kept secrets. Yes?
You've seen the elves here. They seem odd.
Indeed. Two things are possible. One, this is a group of Dalish separated from their brethren, cultists, fanatic in their desire to keep humans away. Two, these are elves descended from the ancients, having resided here since before the fall of Arlathan. The second appears unlikely, but if true, implications are astounding.
Is that even possible?
With magic, anything is possible. Whatever the truth, the Guardians successfully kept the temple's secret. They must kill all who enter, even the Danish. A more sensible question might be, why?
Let's continue.
As you wish. I see the Red Templars have already encountered the temple's guardians.
Yeah, they're dead.
The Temple of Mythal. Constructed in an age when elves, not men, dominated this land.
Before the Imperium destroyed it.
They believed Mythal a goddess of justice. Elves came here to request judgment, after they proved their worth. Why would this be here?
Something wrong.
It depicts the dread wolf, Fen Harel. In elven tales, he tricks their gods into sealing themselves away in the beyond for all time. Setting Fen Harel in Mythal's greatest sanctum is as blasphemous as painting Andraste naked in the chantry.
Some chantries display statues of Andraste's betrayer Mafarath as part of the chant.
It might fulfill a similar function, a reminder of vigilance for the faithful. Still, so long as the wolf's jaws cannot close around us, we may pass safely on.
Weird how the Dread Wolf has a presence here.
Hold them off!
Come on, we might catch them.
Hold a moment. While they rush ahead, this leads to our true destination. We should walk the petitioner's path as before.
An army fights and dies for us. The longer we tarry, the more soldiers we lose outside. Let's jump down and be done with this place.
Just a thought. Maybe rushing through this place like a mad bull isn't the best plan.
You see the urgency? We cannot find the Well of Sorrows unprepared.
You're very eager to reach our destination.
Are we not all eager to stop Corypheus from achieving his mad plan?
It sounds like what you want is that well.
There is a danger to the natural order. Legends walked Thedas once, things of might and wonder. Their passing has left us all the lesser. Corypheus would squander the ancient power of the well. I would have it restored.
You barely know what the Well of Sorrows is, but you want to restore it.
Yes. Is Thedas so full of wonders that we should leave them to die one by one? Mankind blunders through the world, crushing what it does not understand. Elves, dragons, magic. The list is endless. We must stem the tide, or be left with nothing more than the mundane. This I know to be true. I read more in the first chamber than I revealed. It said a great boon is given to those who use the Well of Sorrows, but at a terrible price.
What exactly did that altar say about the Well of Sorrows?
Like most elven writing, it was insufferably vague. The term I deciphered was Halam Shivanas, the sweet sacrifice of duty. It implies the loss of something personal for duty's sake, yet for those who served at this temple, a worthwhile trade.
What sort of curse should we brace ourselves for if we use the well?
'Twould be easier by far to advise you of a curse. This price is not so well defined. My priority is your cause, but if the opportunity arises to save this well, I am willing to pay the cost.
And gain what?
That is what we must discover. The rituals may point the way. Yes?
I want to discuss the well again.
Oh, I see. An opportunity to use the well may not even arise. I understand this. All I meant to suggest is that, if it does, I be the one to do so. I am willing to accept the consequences.
What if something happens to you? What about your son?
Kieran is a strong lad. He will thrive, with or without me.
Are you sure of that?
I am sure of precious little these days. Will you abandon these rituals, Inquisitor? Think carefully. There is no return once we leap after the Templars.
Yeah, we're gonna do the rituals because reasons.
What's this?
I believe we are in the presence of the elven goddess Ondrul, Lady of the Hunt. 'Tis said the Dalish invoke her before a chase, especially if they happen to be stalking humans.
We're lucky civilization as we know it is intact.
Some admire the Dalish for avoiding the gifts of progress for so long. Many Orlesian commanders consider skirmishes against the Dalish excellent sport.
Let's continue.
As you wish. Yes.
Let's continue.
As you wish. Yes.
Let's continue.
As you wish. Yes.
Let's continue.
As you wish. Time to proceed to the next ritual, I should think.
That took forever. But we did it.
We are close. There is but one more path to follow.
It was actually fairly simple. Especially compared to that one up there. That one was tough. You alright there, Dorian? didn't realize that was the beginning of a thing. It has to be this.
Is lit.
So, what now?
Come, let us see if the doors have opened. Yes?
Let's continue.
As you wish. Yes?
Let's continue.
As you wish.
Who is this meant to be?
Fallon Dean, overseer of funerals and guide to the elven dead. I have heard the Dalish invoke him on their deathbed, or before quests from which they expect no return.
That's not the last thing I want to think of on my deathbed.
Perhaps it was meant to frighten the elves' enemies.
Wouldn't it be funny if that was just that being like, nope, you failed, you can't go in the door. You worked that hard. We're taking it away from you. Instead,
It is not
nope,
what I
we're in the door.
expected. What was this chamber used for?
We're being watched.
Vernavis. You are unlike the other invaders. You bear the mark of magic, which is familiar. How has this come to pass? What is your connection to those who first disturbed our slumber?
I don't understand the slumber bit. Who are you?
I am called Abelas. We are sentinels, tasked with standing against those who trespass on sacred ground. We wake only to fight, to preserve this place. Our numbers diminish with each invasion. I know what you seek. Like all who have come before you, you wish to drink from the Vira Belasar.
The place of the Way of Sorrows. He speaks of the well.
It is not for you. It is not for any of you.
So you're elves from ancient times? Before the Tevinter Imperium destroyed Arlathan?
The Shemlin did not destroy Arlathan. We Elven warred upon ourselves. By the time the doors to this sanctuary closed, our time was over.
Wait, that's not right. What are you saying?
You would not know truth. Shemlan history is as short as the pool of your years.
What did the Imperium do then? Are you saying it wasn't a war?
The war of carrion feasting upon a corpse, yes. We awaken only when called, and each time find the world more foreign than before. It is meaningless. We endure. The Vera Belisan must be preserved.
What is this Vera Belisan exactly?
It is a path, one walked only by those who toiled in Mythal's favor.
He speaks of priests, perhaps.
More than that, you need not know.
If the Well of Sorrows is a source of power, now is when it's needed.
It is not power. Not such as you could use. Even if I permitted it.
Yet Corypheus's minions are here to claim it. Unless you've defeated them already.
We have not. Trespassers you are, but you have followed rites of petition. You have shown respect to Mythal. If these others are enemies of yours, we will aid you in destroying them. When this is done, you shall be permitted to depart. And never return.
I'll admit the idea of fighting the last of their kind does not thrill me.
Consider carefully. You must stop Corypheus, yes, but you may also need the well for your own.
I refuse.
As you wish. Our duty is clear. The Vera Belisan shall not be usurped. Even if I must destroy it. Masal Dinan.
No!
Tricksy half-truth elves, we don't believe in you. The Inquisition is not reforms.
He said the elves destroyed themselves before my countrymen came along. Could that be true? I can hardly believe it.
So you see, the entire history that we've been fed has been nothing but a lie. So we don't know what the truth actually is now. More importantly, I don't really know where to go. Those look like desire demons. We are not your allies.
There must be something here. This place is like a maze.
You surprised? This temple doesn't exactly roll out welcome mats.
Turns out without Morgan, this is a little harder. Looks like Morgan's a really powerful mage or something. Gave me some really stupidly powerful buffs. I wondered how I was doing so much damage. I was like, wow, I'm really over the top here. Just because of Morgan. You did a little.
Andraste, guide us.
How is such lasted?
You tough bastards. A day's march, hours of fighting, and still fierce as dragons. Chantry never knew what it was throwing away.
Samson, sir, watch out!
Inquisitor, you've got a damn long reach. You've hunted us half across Thedas. I should have guessed you'd follow us into this hole.
Your reserves are gone, so is the Lyrium. Isn't it time to stand down?
To enjoy the mercy you showed our brothers and sisters? No thanks. Corypheus chose me twice. First as his general, now as the vessel for the Well of Sorrows. You know what's inside the well? Wisdom. The kind of wisdom that can scour a world. I give it to Corypheus, that he can walk into the Fade without your precious anchor.
What's your part in it? What's a vessel?
What else empties a well? I'll carry its power to Corypheus. One more task entrusted to me. Being force-fed Chantry lyrium was good for something. This armor makes me a living fortress, mind and body. I won't forget a word of the well's knowledge. Corypheus will be unstoppable.
Corypheus already caused one disaster. Help him now, and he'll rip the world apart.
I'm helping him reshape it. He's had centuries to make ready. You're no match for Corypheus. Even if you drink from the well, you'll never master its wisdom as he could. This is the strength that Chantry tried to bind. But it's a new world now, with a new god. So, Inquisitor, how will this go?
Power's all well and good, until it's taken away.
What did you do? What did you do? My armor is gone. The lyrium. I need it. Kill them all. Nowhere to hide. You're nothing. Take it from Corypheus. You mustn't.
He's still breathing.
We can take him back to Skyhold for judgment.
You heard his parting words, Inquisitor. The elf seeks to destroy the Well of Sorrows.
So the Sanctum is despoiled at last.
You would have destroyed the well yourself, given the chance.
To keep it from your grasping fingers. Better it be lost than bestowed upon the undeserving.
Fool. You'd let your people's legacy rot in the shadows.
Samson thought the well's knowledge was valuable. It could help stop Corypheus.
I care nothing for your petty conflicts, Shemlin.
You'll care when Corypheus arrives for the well.
The well clearly offers power, Inquisitor. If that power can be turned against Corypheus, can you afford not to use it?
Do you even know what you ask?
As each servant of Mythal reached the end of their years, they would pass their knowledge on through this. All that we were, all that we knew, it would be lost forever.
It's better that knowledge remain in the well, never passed on. You'd rather destroy it.
Our duty is all that remains. Those who drank from the Vir of Alasan paid a great price, bound to the service of Mythal for eternity.
You claim Mythal was truly a god.
To you, it shall make no difference.
You have done. Backed into a corner.
And what if the well was destroyed? Or this entire temple? Are you so eager to die for sympathy's sake?
Well, it's done.
That it is. You'll note the intact Illuvian. I was correct on that count, at least.
Is it still a threat? Can Corypheus use it to travel the Fade?
You recall when I took you through my Illuvian, I said each required a key? The well is the key. Take its power, and Mythal's last Illuvian will be no more use to Corypheus than glass. I did not expect the well to feel so hungry.
Seems like that should be a concern.
Knowledge begets a hunger for more. I am willing to pay the price the well demands. I am also the best suited to use its knowledge in your service.
I do not like this. She is far too eager.
I do not hide it. To restore lost knowledge, I would risk much.
And what would you do with it? You could be worse than Corypheus.
So, paralyze yourself for fear of what might be? I can give nothing but my word. Of those present, I alone have the training to make use of this. Let me drink, Inquisitor.
What training makes you so qualified?
I have studied the oldest lore. I have delved into mysteries of which you could only dream. Can you honestly tell me there is anyone better suited?
I don't know who's better suited, and neither do you.
I have the best chance of making use of the well. For everyone. Let me drink.
You're not concerned about the price. Bound forever to the will of Mythal.
Bound to the will of a dead god? It seems an empty warning. Perhaps a compulsion yet remains. Who can say otherwise? I do not fear it, even so.
Are you sure you want this, Morrigan? We don't know what will happen.
We do not, and yet it must be done. I am ready.
It's yours.
I think in Dragon Age 4 they're going to make her the one to drink from the well, so... That's another thing.
Morrigan? Are you alright?
Elasin Salah. Visan Allah. I am intact. There is much to sift through. But now we can...
Through the mirror.
It is done.
I had enough magical problems. I didn't need the Well of Sorrows on top of it.
I'm pleased to report we won the battle, Inquisitor. When you went through that mirror, Corypheus and his archdemon fled the field. I'm not sure why.
What he wanted was no longer within the temple.
Perhaps. He spent so long trying to get into the temple, he probably couldn't have helped his forces by that point.
Then Corypheus is finished.
If he is wise, he will hide and rebuild his strength before he attacks again.
He will not hide.
Meaning he will attack us directly. At Skyhold.
Not necessarily. But neither will he remain idle.
And how could you have such insight into his plans?
The Well of Sorrows held many voices. And they speak to me now from across the ages. They hold wisdom. Secrets I never dreamed possible. But even they fear what Corypheus has become.
But he's not a god yet. Is he?
Not yet. He is both powerful and immortal. But he has a weakness. The dragon he calls is not truly an archdemon. It is a dragon in which Corypheus has infested part of his being. He doubtless did so out of pride to emulate the gods of old. That pride can be exploited. Kill the dragon, and his ability to leap into other bodies is disrupted. He can be slain.
Just kill his dragon? Why didn't we think of that before?
There is a way to defeat the dragon, to match Corypheus in his power. The well whispers it to me now. Your help will be required, Inquisitor. Speak to me when you are ready, and we shall begin.
I'll see to Skyhold's defenses in the meantime.
Marquise Buffon has been killed, along with Lady Legasp and her Venatori allies. Thanks to Sister Liliana's scouts, we were able to gain covert entry into the fortress, although Venatori still managed to use their magic against the Grey Wardens to significant effect. I regret to inform you that the recent actions, the Grey Wardens have suffered too many losses to be of any further assistance. The last warriors died fighting for the Inquisition in good faith. I have sent their personal effects to Weishaupt. Lieutenant Suzanne Kloschsack. Song of the Marshes gained. Well, at least it did something. When Corypheus rushed from the temple for Mythal, he
We'll be
left his
spread
general
thin
for
until
dead.
the rest of our forces return from the Arbor Wilds.
Of course.
My soldiers and I captured Samson with ease, given that he was still unconscious from your fight. While it will take the army some time to return from the wilds, we can expedite Samson's return in order to put him on trial. If you have no objections, I would be present for his judgment, Commander Colin.
Inquisitor.
So the Grey Wardens are spent.
It comes swiftly, this moment that will be spoken of for ages. The day the Herald of Andraste challenged the Darkspawn that thought itself a god. Defeat him, and you'll be more than a holy man to the people. You'll enter legend.
Now that sounds more dangerous than anything I've done so far.
And there is the wits that reassures us. People joined the Inquisition after hearing you were blessed, but they've stayed because of how you lead. I wanted to tell you that I shared their sentiments, Inquisitor, and... well, I suppose I just did.
You've always been there for us, Josephine. And for me.
It means much to hear you say that. Farewell, my lord. When you face Corypheus, may you walk in the light. Yes?
Let's speak later.
Farewell.
Okay.
So, you hanging out with Three Eyes?
No. Okay, it's gonna let me do it. I will be right back and use the little boys' room. Okay, let's see. We're heading here for a specific reason.
Want a drink? I've a hankering for company.
Time to learn who Blackwall really is. I'll give you a hint, he's not Blackwall.
When I was a boy, there were these urchins who roamed the streets near my father's house. One day, they found a dog. A wretched little thing. It came to them for food. I caught it, tied a rope around its neck, and strung it up. Do you know what I did?
Not the fireside tale I was expecting, Blackwall.
Just listen. I did nothing. Not a damn thing. It was crying. I saw the kicking legs, the neck straining and twisting. And I turned around, went inside, and closed the door. I could have told my father, or alerted someone. I didn't. I just pretended it wasn't happening.
You couldn't have been the only one there. No one else stepped in.
Doesn't make what I did any less wrong. I may as well have tied the noose myself. We could make the world better. It's just easier to shut our eyes.
When we first met, you were saving peasants from demons and outlaws. You're not a man who shuts his eyes. A little insane, maybe?
Of course you'd make light of it. You make saving the world look easy. The rest of us can only dream of matching what you've done. Don't you see? It's not just about what happened back then. There's always some dog out there. Some fucking mongrel that doesn't know how to stay away.
Inquisitor!
There is an issue that you should address. I think it's worth your time, Inquisitor.
Most of the charges are still at the Temple of Mythal. I'm Mr. Crazy Fine.
Can you think of any other tasks suitable for the charges?
Most of our people were at the Temple of Mythal. I've still got a few, though. Men who are recovering from wounds. I can send them around to rattle swords, wave flags, and look a lot larger than they are. It'll mess with enemy estimates of our numbers, so no one thinks Skyhold is undermanned.
We'll talk later.
So to kill Corypheus, all we have to do is kill his dragon first? That's easy. We're good at killing shit. Just one more big fight to put this Magister asshole down for good. I knew you'd get us here, boss.
It's been an honor, Bull.
Oh, don't get like that. This isn't goodbye. We're kicking this guy's ass. How you doing?
See you later, Bull.
Nice talking with you, boss.
Of course.
Inquisitor. Inquisitor.
Could be better.
I'm sorry. Oh wait, no I'm not. It's just the funniest, isn't it? That creaky old Abelas in Mythal saying the elves weren't destroyed by Tevinter.
That's some long dead you're gloating over.
About time I got mine back. Elvie elves have shoved victim in my face a million times. Like being sad makes them better than me. Turns out they're not victims. They're the same as everyone else. Arseholes. Plus, a big old temple full of demon-worshipping lies. Grand, that.
So your main takeaway is that elves worship demons?
Well, they never call them that, yeah? But that's what it had to be. I mean, it was impressive and all. Makes the Dalish look like tits for living in the woods, but so what? There can't be a bunch of gods, and the Maker. Don't matter how much or little you believe, those don't fit. So call me stupid, but I believe the stuff not made up by dead people who failed. Mythal is a ruin full of demons. I mean, it just makes sense, right?
The evidence is hard to ignore. I believe it.
No, now you're stupid. You can't think that because it's stupid.
But everything we saw...
Why believe it? Because Abelas looked weird?
I can't stand her. Can't stand her.
Is full of lumpy truth. You're not even an elf. Why are you being so damned elfy? You're the frigging herald of Andraste. Every time you open your mouth, you'll sound like an idiot.
The Inquisition is probably used to me sounding like an idiot.
Not for me to say, yeah. Just saying. Anyway, believe what you want. So long as we kill Cariffi fish. Whatever.
I can't stand her. I cannot stand her. She's garbage.
Hey you have time? It's not a question, let's go. I've got something I want to do for you. Just come. You won't need your gear and stuff.
Sarah, explain?
Oh, just come on, will you? I haven't wanted to do this with anyone for a long time.
We're eating on a roof.
They're horrible, right? And raisins. Ugh. I freaking still hate cookies.
You know, this is about as far from what I expected as we could get.
I got caught stealing when I was little, yeah? You get alienage or worse for that, but the Lady Emerald took me in. She was sick and couldn't have children. I had no parents. It worked out. Anyway, she gets a year sicker, so I ask her about cookies. Because mums make cookies. I can pass that down or something. Turns out, she couldn't cook. She missed that talk with her mom. The one she made, she bought and pretended. Ah, right. Well, no, she was a bitch. She hid buying them by keeping me away from the baker. She did that by lying that he didn't like me, didn't like elves. She let me hate so she could protect her pride. I hated him so much, and I hated... Well, she died. And I hate pride. Pride cookies. But this Inquisition thing is working out, so I figured I could make some Inquisition cookies? Because then I could like them again. Oh, it's stupid.
You know what? That would be great.
See, I knew. Wait, really? Because it seemed friggin' daft every step to me. Suppose it's not really about them. I hate learning lessons. Makes my stomach hurt. Anyway, I'll throw this rubbish away. Next time will be better, yeah?
Sarah, anytime. Can we get off the roof now?
Oh, yes, please. Smells like bird and dank. This part, not a good idea. Thanks, yeah. Feels good, this.
Still can't stand her. But, you know. Being a jerk to someone, not worth it.
Can't wait, what's on?
I'd like to know more about you, now that you're comfortable.
Suppose. It's embarrassing enough now, may as well.
Anything more to say about where you came from, aside from hating cookies there?
Denerim, mostly. Before running into another Jenny. He was fun. Had weird friends, though. I think some of them were a lot more serious about being serious. Got some of them killed. I suppose they were like family. Better than Lady Emerald ever was. You know why? They didn't give two squirts about who or what you were. It was all what you did.
So where are the rest of them?
All over. Or they stopped to let new people go all over. Some get rich and stop playing so they can do good things with it. One or two don't. Eventually, someone asks for a favor against them. So don't get like that, you hear?
Denerim is a long way from Orlais. How'd you get there?
By Stinky Horse?
Sarah.
Denerim wasn't much fun after the Blight. Everyone trying to recover. You even feel bad for the nobles. But Val Royeaux, that's a fat city full of fat heads. They just don't know when to stop. You saw it. Orlais is rich and stupid. Right for the picking.
So is that who showed you how to fight? Gave you your skills?
Nobody gave me anything except a chance. And maybe some lessons to start, but mostly just the chance. I took that and ran.
Do you remember your actual family at all? Your parents?
Well, there is the amulet I had as an orphan that has a missing piece. And look at your face. You believe me? No, still no parents. I remember an alienage with assholes and hating that stupid tree. The one elves always have. Of all the things to pray at, they could at least pick one with apples.
It's nice to see this side of you. Did you trust me?
Let you go blabbing around, yeah? Because I'll have a big, trusting foot up your pucker.
I think that after our rooftop chat, I get why you're not like other elves.
Well, don't. How about we dig into what you are? Or what you're supposed to be? Are you the humanist human? Can someone point and say, that's what they are? Because I'm just me, and I couldn't give a fig. All right?
We should all be examples of our peoples, and understand how others will judge us.
Right, well, good on you. Have fun. Maybe kill all elves. All humans kill all elves. Heard that once. From an example.
We'll talk later.
If you say so. Ready for waiting?
I'd like to know more about you.
Suppose. It's embarrassing enough now, may as well.
We'll talk later.
If you say.
You have talked to Cole here.
Well, let me know if you find him.
Corypheus died, and then he didn't. That's why he always felt wrong, like he didn't fit inside himself. He wears another man's life. I thought dying was forever.
So did I. Corypheus seems to break a lot of rules.
But is it him? Is he real? If a man can be dead and then not, could I have saved the real Cole?
I have no idea. I'm sorry. I hardly understand any of this myself.
It gnawed at me, hooks in the hollows, pain of not knowing like the knot in his belly. But that is a hurt, and hurts can heal. I can heal. Forget.
Cole? Cole? Are you?
You may still use that name, if you like. I am here to help you.
Might have been a mistake to turn him into a spirit. Now that that just happened.
Our heroes strode the winding road, defiant of the vile.
I mean, he's returned to what he was, but now it feels weird.
He meant to watch forever. He called himself Sorrow.
I'll talk to you later.
Yes.
So Cole's gone. Like, he's forgotten about Cole.
Will you be coming to the
Looky
meetings?
there.
After what happened, I just assumed.
After the destruction of a holy place.
No. The triumph of holy action. Isn't it grand?
No. No, it isn't.
Inquisitor?
Yeah. Yeah, so Cole just basically forgot he's Cole. And now he's just a spirit again. Which is nice, because it gives... I feel like that gives the human being that was Cole rest and peace. And now this guy's just the spirit that he was before, so I'm okay with it. Let's see what this guy has to say. Inquisitor Trevelyan, we have secured Samson in the holding pens. Your worship, he's not said much. We'll be sending out the villain for judgment at your pleasure. Well, I cannot say I'm pleased, Inquisitor. Thanks to you, I now have a soldier whose sole job is to shake the Duchess's head at social ne'er-do-wells. Was this truly necessary? I could have had a cherry of don't sign delivered from Kirkwall in a matter of days, or made here. I believe that Varric commanded the rights regardless. I'm not sure the problem was solved. Truth be told, now I forget what it was. So, job done. Colin.
Have the supplies reached our people in the Arbor Wilds?
I made sure of it. Too many strange plants there. We don't need stomach cramps sweeping the army.
With most of our forces still returning from the Temple of Mythal, it is important our enemy not suspect the weakness in our current state. I can take some of the charges on patrol Inquisition uniforms and create enough disturbance to give enemy scouts an impression of a much larger Inquisition force. Lieutenant Cremisius Aclassi. We don't have the manpower to do much more at the moment.
To work?
I have a request, a favor. Really, a lot of people helped me get here where I am today, and I've thanked them except one, my father, Jannar. He didn't really help exactly. Forbid is closer, but family is family. Just like Lyrium can only be worked by those who can't dream of the fade, I am the person I am today because the father shaped me, and I still owe him for who I am. Trouble is, what I am is castless. Can't even go back. And everything I've sent has been refused, so I was hoping I could put together a package and it could arrive in Orzammar with a little Inquisition flair. Something to wow the gates and maybe get my father to look at it. That would be ever so sweet of you. Arcanus Dagna. From far off Montesmart, the songstress comes with lies and thoughtless gibes. Insults our name. I hated her in school. She pulled my hair. We must not let her make these vulgar claims. Maridun. A missile with no tongue can tell no lies. No, this is ridiculous.
Let's see what we have.
Cut her tongue out. I'll teach her. I don't have a problem. She'll have the problem. Oh, yeah.
Inquisitor?
It's lies, you know. I didn't say anything. I wouldn't. Fairbanks is still out there. It's lies. You'll all see.
Is it so bad that he has a name and a face?
That's not what he is.
your worship.
There must be something here.
Message from Blackwell. Inquisitor, you've been a friend and inspiration. You've given me the wisdom to know right from wrong, and more importantly, the courage to uphold the former. It's been an honor to serve you.
The spy master has confirmed it. Blackwall is gone.
Go on. Liliana knows where he is, doesn't she? She knows everything.
She doesn't know everything, yet. Sister Liliana had us search the Warden's quarters. Not much to find, except this. It was missing from last week's reports. I don't know what Blackwall's interest in this particular matter is, but it could be a good place to start.
Crumpled sheet of paper looks like it's been removed from recent reports. Sister Liliana. Lieutenant Cyril Mornay, one of the soldiers responsible for the Collier massacre of 937, was captured by the Lides. Like the others who were arrested for their involvement, Mornay insists that he did not know he was assassinating and that he was just following orders of his captain. The captain, Tom Rainier, is still at large. Mornay is to be executed within the week in Valroyo. Huh. Let's see, he's on his way out.
Cyril Mornay, for your crimes against the Empire of Orlais. For the murders of General Vincent Callier, Lady Laurette Callier, their 4 children, and their retainers. You are sentenced to be hanged from the neck until dead. Do you have anything to say in your defense? Very well.
This is grim.
Proceed. Stop! A Grey Warden.
This man is innocent of the crimes laid before him. Orders were given and he followed them like any good soldier. He should not die for that mistake.
Then find me the man who gave the order.
Oh, shit.
Blackwall!
No, I am not Blackwall. I never was Blackwall. Warden Blackwall is dead, and has been for years. I assumed his name to hide like a coward from who I really am.
You, after all this time.
It's over. I'm done hiding. I gave the order. The crime is mine. I am Tom Rainier.
Yeah.
I don't have a concern about this, Corypheus or what have you. The right hand will be divine.
A hard one, she. Set on the way things work.
So, perhaps you should amend your tone.
Rick, does she strike you as someone who'll suffer what you dish out?
Can you believe it? Tom Rainier
Rainier himself.
You must know something about Rainier.
I know what everyone knows. He'll hang for the massacre of a noble and his family.
Where did they take the prisoner?
In the jail of the marketplace. If you've goodbyes to say them now. It's a damned mess, but believe you me, it'll be sorted out quick. Lots of people can't wait to see that man swing. Guess not.
When it all cleared, she was still in charge. So what was the point?
You would not believe the number of alliances shattered and broken.
Sounds like a wash.
Oh, it seems so. And I've decided to go a different way entirely.
Is that good?
We shall see.
In the Inquisition? Red Jenny? How's that fit?
She's making sure they don't forget us.
Hope she still has time for us. There's trouble up the Vachesse estate with a grabby air.
You know she will. Friends everywhere.
Those who oppose thee shall know the wrath of heaven. Field and forest shall burn.
Be careful.
The sea shall rise and devour them.
So I was able to get in a couple streams today, and tomorrow hopefully we'll get in one or two, and that'll be a good situation for Dragonage Inquisition. We'll be fairly far along.
I didn't take Blackwall's life. I traded his death. He wanted me for the Wardens, but there was an ambush. Darkspawn. He was killed. I took his name to stop the world from losing a good man. But a good man, the man he was, wouldn't have let another die in his place.
You saved that man. That took courage.
Courage? I killed innocent people. Destroyed Mornay's life and the lives of others like him. One moment of courage will not make up for that. Why are you here?
That depends on what you say.
Don't you understand? I gave the order to kill Lord Callier, his entourage, and I lied to my men about what they were doing. When it came to light, I ran. Those men, my men, paid for my treason, while I was pretending to be a better man. This is what I am. A murderer, a traitor, a monster.
Would a monster have given himself up? Somewhere along the line, you stopped pretending.
Yes.
I need to know about Blackwall. The real Blackwall.
We met in a tavern when I was on the run. I was nothing. A waste of life. But he wanted to recruit me. We headed to Val Shaban for the joining. The Blackwall insisted on making a stop along the way. An old ruin from one of the previous blights. He said it led to the deep roads. I was to go down alone, find a darkspawn, and fill a vial with its blood. When I returned, I found the warden ambushed by more of the creatures. He took a blow for me. He shouldn't have died. It should have been me.
Not saying I disagree, but Blackwall clearly thought you were worth saving.
No one should have died for me. He would have wanted me to carry on to Valshavan, I'm certain. But without Blackwall, there was no proof that I'd been recruited. That I didn't kill him. I couldn't go to the Wardens. But I couldn't just walk away. So, Rainier died. And Blackwall lived.
Who were you before this mess?
I was a captain in the Orlesian army. Well regarded, respected. But it wasn't enough. One mistake. One mistake and everything I worked for fell apart.
The man on the gallows mourning. Who was he?
My second in command. He was a good man. When I heard he'd been caught, I was resolved to stop his execution. Couldn't let another die for my mistake.
I need to know the details of what you did. Who you killed. Why?
I betrayed the Empire and assassinated a general, Ulf Gold. The man was General Vincent Callier. My employer was a Chevalier, Robert Chuckweed. Sir Robert believed that Grand Duke Gaspard was the rightful ruler of Orlais and would eventually take the throne. He thought that by eliminating one of Celine's loyal supporters, he might endear himself to the true Emperor. I can't say if Robert's plan would have worked. I didn't care. There was good coin offered, and I took it. By the time Sir Robert's involvement was uncovered, I was long gone. Of course, the Grand Duke disavowed any knowledge of the act and publicly condemned it. Robert killed himself. Poison in his wine. Another victim of the great game.
You got your men to help you. What did you tell them?
They didn't know who they were attacking. I told them it was an important mission. They trusted me without question. Just as your men trust you.
Armies are weapons. Weapons don't wield themselves.
Weapons don't have lives, families, dreams. An army is not just a weapon.
My reports say that Callier was with his family. You had them all slaughtered.
I didn't know Callier would be traveling with his family. I assumed only soldiers, armed guards. My men had been told to eliminate everyone. They'd seen war. They thought they were defending their country. No one likes to think about that. But it's names that carry power in this world. Bloodlines. Heirs. No matter how leaders like Celine or Gaspard pretend the game is played, that's how real war is waged.
But you weren't at war. Not really.
I've been on enough battlefields to know the same crime at the right time would have earned a medal. But that's what I did. And why I deserve to be here.
There's another thing I'm still wondering.
Yes?
That's all for now.
I have Liliana's report on Tom Rainier.
Give me the overview.
Looks like our friend was once a respected captain in the Imperial Orlesian army. Before the Civil War, he was turned, persuaded to assassinate one of Celine's biggest supporters. He led a group of fiercely loyal men on this mission, and told them nothing of it. His men took the fall for him. A few lucky ones, like Mornay, managed to escape.
Let me guess. Our spy master had this lying around somewhere, didn't she?
It would have been difficult for anyone to connect Blackwall to Rainier. Even Liliana has something of a blind spot when it comes to Wardens. What do we do now? Blackwall... Rainier has accepted his fate, but you don't have to. We have resources. If he's released to us, you may pass judgment on him yourself.
If it were up to you, what would happen?
What he did to the men under his command was unacceptable. He betrayed their trust, betrayed ours. I despise him for it. And yet he fought as a warden, joined the Inquisition, gave his blood for our cause. And the moment he shakes off his past, he turns around and owns up to it. Why?
Some part of you is impressed by what he did, isn't it?
Saving Mornay the way he did took courage, I'll give him that. But I can't tell you what to do.
Have Rainier released to us.
We must move quickly. We can explore our options back at Skyhawk.
Inquisitor.
About the Enchanter.
I've heard as much or more than you.
What's it mean then?
I haven't the foggiest, but I doubt either of us will fare so well.
We do have a judgment to make on Mr. Sampson.
Worship.
The Temple of Mythal sounds truly astounding. I would have liked to have seen it. What will you do with the power of the well once Corypheus is dead?
I'm not arrogant enough to think it's my decision alone. Whatever happens, we'll do it together.
You think to share your power, to avoid the temptation to misuse it. A noble sentiment, but ultimately a mistake.
Why?
Because while one selfless man may walk away from the lure of power's corruption, no group has ever done so.
There's a first time for everything.
Perhaps, but it will not be this time. I believe even you know that.
Why is this so important to you?
You have not been what I expected, Inquisitor. You have impressed me. You must not let false modesty allow you to pass your power to someone else. There are few regrets sharper than watching fools squander what you sacrifice to achieve. Forgive my melancholy. Corypheus has cost us much. The Temple of Mythal did not deserve such a fate. The orb he carries, and its stolen power, that at least we may still recover. With luck, some of the past may yet survive.
You planning to leave before we take down the bad guy?
No, but there may not be a later. It seemed wise to say my goodbyes now. My friend.
I need to know more about Corypheus.
You have waylaid all his other plans. Now, as a petulant child, he will destroy the game board rather than admit defeat. Be ready for anything. He still believes himself a god, and gods do not fall gracefully.
We'll talk later.
Goodbye.
Let's make a big judgment here on the Sunburst throne.
Give me, Inquisitor. For personal interest, I have relieved Josephine, as you might expect. Knight Templar Samson, General to Corypheus, traitor to the Order. The blood on his hands cannot be measured. His head is too valuable to take. Kirkwall, Orlais, many would see him suffer. I can't say I'm not one of them.
The headman's axe isn't enough? That's an impressive amount of ill will.
The Red Lyrium will steal your vengeance. You know what he does. Corypheus only delayed my corruption.
Are you still loyal to that thing? He poisoned the Order, used them to kill thousands.
Templars have always been used. How many were left to rot like I was after the Chantry burned away their minds? Piss on it. I followed him so Templars could at least die at their best. Same lie as the Chantry. Profit just isn't as pretty.
I found your people. They believed in you. Believed your cause was righteous.
Not your business, Inquisitor.
Your friend Maddox was so loyal, he killed himself. For you.
They were always going to die. I saw what Corypheus was doing. So yes, I fed them hope instead of despair. I made them believe their pain had purpose. Just like the Chantry does. Right, Commander? It ended as well as anything else I've done. Corypheus would kill me on sight. I'll tell your people what they want. Everything I cared about is destroyed.
Samson, you can still be of use to good people. What you know is less important than what you are. My Arcanist will study your resistance to Red Lyrium.
Do as you will, Inquisitor. Your kind always does.
The Temple of Mythal sounds like the most interesting place. I hope you brought back samples of, well, anything.
Have you learned anything new from your guest?
Yes, he's a Red Lyrium-infused masterclass in how to be a sourpuss. He doesn't do anything. I mean, I can't blame him. He's kind of broken. It's very sad. But I can wring out a rune or two. His armor is a fantastic application of old and new. It's mesmerizing. The best things are, you know.
I'll see you later, Dagna.
I can't wait.
So far, so good.
What happened at the Elven Temple? It's got me thinking. I should go back, shouldn't I? To Tevinter. Once this is done. If we're still alive. All my talk of how terribly wrong things are back home. But what do I do about it? Nothing.
How does this relate to the Elven Temple?
That elf, Abelas. He said the Imperium wasn't what destroyed the elves. My people would never accept that. It would reduce us to scavengers, destroy our legacy no matter how terrible. We should accept it. Take our history down a peg. Confront the legacy hanging over us like a shroud. Maybe not all of us want to, but that could be altered. If you can change minds, so can I.
Someone with your impeccable taste could transform Tevinter.
I hope you're right. You usually are. It might surprise you to know that you're the one who inspired me. You're shaping the world, for good or ill. How could I aspire to do any less? If it means proving that Tevinter can be better, that there's hope even for my homeland, I would do anything. Questions.
I should go.
Try not to kill anyone without me.
A request has been made of you, Inquisitor. Here it is.
What is your evaluation?
I am able to pursue my duties with optimal efficiency, thanks to Sky.
As you were.
Yes, Inquisitor.
Bonus damage against Red Templars. We'll take it.
I was pondering who might be divine, and it suddenly occurred to me. Is it so ridiculous for the Grand Clerics to support me? Why shouldn't they?
If you were divine, what would you do?
Change things. Change everything. Your support of the Mage Rebellion was a good start. We must build on this. No more circles. The mages will be free. The Chantry will accept them as the Maker's children. In fact, it will accept everyone. Elves, dwarves, even Canary. Why exclude them? The Chantry allows our differences to tear us apart, instead of teaching us how we are the same.
I think you would make a good divine.
I am glad to hear it. Your support may persuade the Grand Clerics to vote in my favor. The Chantry was a beacon of hope to me once, you know. In my years at Lotharing's Chantry, we turned no one away from our doors. It was a refuge, a place of peace. I felt the Maker's presence and his love even when they told me he'd left us. This is the Chantry I know, the Chantry I wish the world to see.
The world could certainly use the force for good you describe.
Yes, the Chantry should be a force for good instead of what it is. The Chantry dictated where it should have inspired. It spoke of judgment instead of acceptance. It should encourage the good in everyone, rather than rebuke us for our sins. No one should be turned away from our doors. No one is without worth. Whoever you are, whatever your mistakes, you are loved, unconditionally. In your heart shall burn an unquenchable flame.
Yeah, she sounds pretty divinely.
So if we kill Corypheus, he has the power to move from one tainted creature into another? What we will learn next? That he can command the sun to rise or the seas to burn?
Can we prepare for flaming seas? Maybe collect all the snow from the frostbacks just in case.
I'll see what I can do. I have researchers scouring the Temple of Mythal as we speak. I hope that their search turns up something we can use. Ancient magic, perhaps. Something even Corypheus missed. Anything to give us an edge.
I'll leave you to your work.
So we now support Miss Liliana as the divine, because we softened her heart. A hard Liliana is like a horrible divine. She's like militaristic. Vivian, not my favorite.
I expected
divine.
ruins.
They were. As you see, the Inquisition has not been idle.
Would it be possible to meet the Herald before we return to Ghislaine?
My dear Laurent, for you, anything. Allow me to present Inquisitor Trevelyan.
Your worship, you do us great honor.
Inquisitor, this is my dear Bastien's sister, Grand Cleric Marceline, and his son, Duke Laurent of the Council of Heralds.
Madame de Fer has told us what great trials you faced, trying to save my poor brother's life.
The Maker called my father to his side. It was valiant of you to champion him in his final hours.
If only I'd been able to save Bastien.
The Circle of Magi told Bastien many years ago that his illness was incurable. It was simply his time.
Would you mind waiting for me in the chapel, my dears? The Inquisitor and I have business to discuss.
It has been our very great pleasure, Herald.
So you've met the family now, and made a good impression in spite of yourself. Well done.
I don't understand. What just happened here?
A victory. My victory. Properly worded, the righteous cause of the Inquisition can be used to great effect with my Bastien's deeply pious relations. With Bastien's loss, I have connections to the Council of Heralds and the highest levels of the Chantry. All thanks to you.
You always get what you want, don't you? No matter who you have to step over.
Of course I do, Inquisitor. I play the game to win. Well, I can't keep Marceline and Laurent waiting. Thank you so much for your cooperation, Inquisitor. I could never have done this without your help.
Yeah, she's a turd. I mean, wow, what a turd.
Yes?
Let's go talk to Cassandra here. See what she has to say. What's my inventory look like? We're fine.
He wants what? I don't know. I just bought the message. Well, take this one back. No. No. Possibly in a month. No. Yes, Sarah. Of course. Wait. I can't believe this. Yes, I can deliver. Oh, good.
Victory in the Arbor Wilds. The Archdemon might have been a real threat to our army, but it flew off once we turned the tide. It is still out there, however. I wonder what Corypheus plans now.
He'll hide. What other choice does he have?
Do not underestimate Corypheus. He is powerful, and you have yet to fight him one-on-one. But he will come. You will get your chance.
We'll face Corypheus together.
There is not another man I would be more proud to fight beside. Not long ago, this was impossible to imagine. You, the man I love, victory close at hand. The time has come to consider what will come next.
I don't care what's next, as long as we're together.
And if I am named Divine?
I won't lose you to the Chantry.
You haven't lost me yet.
That's why we made Liliana divine. So we keep our Cassandra.
Samson took everything from those Templars. He corrupted their souls, twisted them into everything they stood against. Everything they would have hated.
We're letting Samson get to you.
And what if I am? The Red Lyrium left Samson's mind unaltered. He knew what he was doing. He dares speak as though it were a mercy? The man's a monster. Dagna is far too kind a jailer for the likes of him.
You knew Samson. You don't feel even a little sympathy for him.
I may have once, but after what he's done, my sympathies lie with those he betrayed. They will extend no further. The Red Templars needed to be torn down. We've broken Corypheus's army. I might have known some of them. If my life had gone differently, I might have been one of them. Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you had not been at the Conclave? If you'd never become the Inquisitor?
Sometimes. My life would be less complicated, less dangerous.
Or it could be worse. There would still be chaos, and that was meant to sound comforting. I can see how it wouldn't. At all. You've led us this far. Many owe you their lives. Whether or not the Makers sent you, you were needed here.
This is amazing! Convincing the Keeper took work, but I'm so glad you managed. Here to help, Inquisitor.
Though all before me is shadow, yet shall the Maker be my guide. I shall not be left to wander the drifting roads of the beyond. For there is no darkness in the Maker's light, and nothing that he has wrought shall be lost.
A prayer for you.
For those we have lost, and those I am afraid to lose.
I'm glad you haven't lost your faith.
I've questioned it at times. I found comfort in faith when life offered little. Corypheus will retaliate. It's only a matter of time. We must draw strength wherever we can.
Unless he gets bored and surrenders. Any chance of that?
I doubt it.
I do not want to go talk to her right now, so because that's like the end.
And I shall embrace you in my arms like worship.
What's up? I'm just moseying around, waiting for Dagna. Or Liliana, I've already talked to Dagna.
It's always wonderful to speak with you.
That's enough for now.
We shall speak again soon.
Going well, I hope?
What's been going on?
Varric came by to talk. He told me a story about copper marigolds.
I should go.
Go make sure we're done with Colin. "76 hours into the playthrough. Still kicking. Alright.
I do not like having that mirror, Illuvian, in Skyhold. Corypheus may not be able to travel through it. What if something else can?
What if it's something good?
Oregon claims that if I close my eyes and wish hard enough, a fleet of griffins will appear under my command.
See? That's probably not true, but it would be fun.
Well, yes, but that wasn't my point. I'll stop worrying about it. So long as someone's watching it, even if that someone is Morrigan.
Is there anything I should know?
Only that I'm never playing cards again. I still can't find my... It doesn't matter. I don't know how Varric talked me into that.
Because it's good to unwind and spend time with your friends.
I suppose that's true.
Is there anything I should know?
I'd gotten used to mages disliking me on principle. Vivienne's views on Templars are surprisingly traditional.
Is there anything I should know?
Sarah brought me a piece of cake. She thought I looked hungry.
Why are you telling me this?
Because it was either an act of kindness or a trap. I was hoping you knew which.
Is there anything I should know?
Creating Inquisition footholds outside Skyhold has strengthened our reputation. People view us as a stabilizing force. We've received a number of recruits eager to pledge themselves to our cause.
Is there anything I should know?
I believe Dagna has settled in well. She's certainly very cheerful.
Is that a bad thing?
I'm concerned she'll cheerfully blow up Skyhold with one of her experiments. The risk is small at present.
I'm just going through because I haven't ever asked him
anything. Is there anything I should know?
Not at present.
Alright.
That's all for now.
Should you require anything, I'll be here.
So we've talked to everyone.
Worship.
And there's Liliana. She's ready to return. Cool. Direct. Lesson learned by all, so cross us not in either deed or thought. Maiden. So we got greatest hits and some influence. If you think it worthwhile, we can have Tom Rainier, previously known as Blackwall, released from Valroyo prison, in which he awaited justice. Keep in mind, Inquisitor, that he is wanted in Orlais for a massacre which claimed the lives of Lord Vincent Callier, general and staunch ally of Celine and all of Callier's family. I leave this in your hands, Colin. 2 problems, 1 solution. There was a traitor to our cause, a man similar to build and appearance to Rainier. We bind and gag him and have him taken to Rainier's place. He is condemned instead.
Letters are
and the
pouring in
world
from all corners.
believes
Congratulations,
Rainier has
pledges
paid
of
the price.
loyalty, conversions to Andraste.
All premature until we deal with Corypheus.
We can storm the prison with a small force, take Rainier out in our custody. Valroyo's prison guards will oppose us. We should be prepared for casualties. I can request special dispensation from Orlais' throne and allow Tom Rainier to be transferred to Inquisition custody. This may anger some, but after a hollow Shamal, they owe us a favor. I agree. Dispensation came, few questions asked. What passed in Ham Shalal is fresh in their minds. Rainier awaits your judgment, Josephine. Accept. See a letter delivered in Skyhold. Encounter your agents in Hersinia. Seems the Inquisition crews share a target. Our employers bear no love for Lord Enzo due to, well, let's just say it's a personal matter. Of course, I imagine your motivations have more to do with the man's Tevinter friends. You know the Venatori, we know Enzo. Why compete for the man? Lend us your knowledge and the job will be done far more quickly. You eliminate an enemy, our employer removes a political rival, we get paid, a happy ending for all involved. Gita. Cooperating with the Antiman crews works to our advantage. They have more knowledge on Enzo, and we can get in contact should we need assistance in the future.
Let's see what we have.
Time to judge Rainier.
For judgment this day, Inquisitor, I must present Captain Tom Rainier, formerly known to us as Warden Blackwall. His crimes... well, you are aware of his crimes. It was no small expense to bring him here, but the decision of what to do with him is now yours.
I didn't think this would be easy, but it's harder than I thought.
Another thing to regret. What did you have to do to release me?
Josephine called in a few favors. There are enough people out there who owe the Inquisition.
And what happens to the reputation the Ambassador has so carefully cultivated? The world will learn how you've used your influence. They'll know the Inquisition is corrupt.
Once the world is back to normal, no one will even remember this.
I'll remember. I accepted my punishment. I was ready for all this to end. Why would you stop it? What becomes of me now?
You have your freedom.
It cannot be as simple as that.
It isn't. You're free to atone as the man you are, not the traitor you thought you were, or the warden you pretended to be.
The man I am. I barely know him. But I have a lot to make up for. If my future is mine, then I pledge it to the Inquisition. My sword is yours. If I'd said anything less, would an arrow from the rookery have snuffed me like a candle?
Take your post, Tom Rainier.
So that was the best way to do it, I feel. No one got killed. We just did a political transfer. Happens all the time.
Inquisitor?
How shall I refer to you? Rainier or Blackwall?
I've gotten used to Blackwall. Perhaps we could treat it as less of a name and more of a title. Almost like Inquisitor. Reminds me of what I ought to be.
Everyone needs something to aspire to.
Exactly. I'm glad you understand.
Is there anything you actually know about the Wardens, or did you make it all up?
I made very little up. I also feared you knew enough to contradict me. Warden Blackwall told me a bit before my initiation, but it is a secretive order. Not even the most senior wardens know all there is to know.
Now we know why you were never worried about Corypheus's calling.
Yes. I have none of the warden's abilities and none of the drawbacks. Still, I would have fought through the darkest pits of the deep roads like any true warden. There's more to it than being able to sense darkspawn. Warden Blackwall would have agreed.
The Wardens at Adamant listened to you. They saw you as one of their own.
Perhaps it takes an outsider to show how much of yourself you've lost. I never understood the reality of being a warden. I only saw the ideal. I suppose I reminded them of something they'd forgotten.
You don't know what Warden Blackwall would have believed.
Neither do you. But I know he was a good man.
Why did Blackwall want to recruit you?
He never told me. I don't know what he saw that day besides some wreck starting a bar fight. That night, I taught some village militia a painful lesson about harassing the tavern girl. Didn't know I had an audience.
Did you start a fight while drunk?
Make her know. I wasn't drunk, but I was trying to get there. Told the girl to keep the wine coming. She couldn't, not with those louds bothering her. Something had to be done.
We'll continue this another time.
The war in Olay has claimed too many lives. I pray that it's over for good.
What do you think of the Inquisition?
I just know that you could shake this world to its foundations if you willed it.
We should return to our duties.
As you wish. You are, after all, in charge.
Alright.
A whole temple. I told you, a hell.
Takes care of that issue, so now all character quests are done.
Your worship.
Worship?
Yes?
What do the people make of us?
There's scarcely a noble house that hasn't openly pledged its support to us.
Any visiting dignitaries I should watch out for?
You've already met Grand Cleric Marceline. Lady Vivienne helped arrange the visit. The timing is most curious.
Why?
Word has circulated that Grand Cleric Marceline will be instrumental in choosing our next divine. What are Lady Vivienne's intentions, I wonder? A pleasure.
Let's speak later.
Another time.
Got another war table quest done. Take care of that. Oh, with your knowledge of the Venatori and the Crow's intelligence on Enzo, I tracked down a storehouse just outside the city. I hope you didn't want us to leave any of Venatori alive. Sadly, Lord Enzo was not present, but he may count his life in days. To show respect our current arrangement, and interesting trinket from the raid on Venatori, Gita. So we got a masterwork Mabari grip. Your Inquisition is working with the Crows. I ask only because I have removed one of the assassins from your employ. I'd like to know the man was yours. I would at least let him finish the contract. No matter. Allow me to make it up to you. You know I would do much better than the Crows, and I am far more pleasing to work with. No, as a favor and friend, I'll charge only a fraction of the price. Zevran Arani. Zevran would be a useful ally. We can funnel resources to him. Normally maintaining allies with the Crows.
Inquisitor.
Okay. It is time to talk to you. The Inquisition has received urgent requests for aid from Orzammar. A subterranean earthquake has collapsed one of their Illyrian mines and endangered several others. Even worse, tunnels sealed, preventing Darkspawn from overrunning the dwarven-occupied deep roads, have crumbled, allowing hordes of the enemy to invade. Orzammar is a key provider in the Inquisition's lyrium supplies, and as such, its security a top priority. The earthquake opened a fissure in the Storm Coast Mountains, granting direct access from the surface to the threatened region underground. Constructing a mine lift in the fissure site will permit the Inquisition to transport forces directly to where the Darkspawn fighting is fiercest. Construction team arrived in the Storm Coast Mountain and set up a mining lift to transport Inquisition forces from the earthquake fissure's opening down into the deep roads. The report sent by Messenger Bird. Inquisitor, the mine lift in the Storm Coast Mountains will be finished by the time you get here. Anyone going into the deep roads should dress accordingly. Don't skimp on the armor and bring your best weapons from Skyhold Arsenal. I also recommend packing plenty of dry rations. Most of the things down there will be looking to eat the Inquisition, not the other way around. Scout Harding. Whew. Suggested minimum level 20. Wow. To Ambassador Josephine Montelier. Thank you so much for your earlier correspondence. I confess it's been difficult to get those in Orlais to take discovery seriously in light of the recent events, but I'm too positive that scouting the Frostback Basin will yield historic discoveries beneficial to both academic and field and the Inquisition. As a staunch supporter, I'm honored to be working in such great company of this historic occasion. Yours most sincerely, Professor Bram Kenrick, University of Orlais. University has vouched for Professor Kenrick. If he says there's something worthwhile in the Frostback Basin, we should investigate. We've scouted the region and set up camp. Professor Kenrick heads the scouts, gathering anything they can find. So far, we've uncovered a lot of very old buckles. Hopefully they'll yield something more exciting. Anyone who comes here should be ready for hostile wildlife and angry Avar. This place is dangerous. Scout Harding. I'm just waiting for that war table mission to wrap up, because then I can send her on like a 6-hour mission or something and get it done tonight. I've just been on a 13-hour mission because I can get it done by next time I wake up. 8.5 hours? Yeah, it's plenty of time. That one's a full hour and 45. It's just a couple minutes. We're just waiting on that. Then we're going to put her in a different, longer one, and that'll be the end of it. Let's go, let me look. No. It won't tell me who's what. That's fine. So we've unlocked the DLC areas. Except for... excuse me, except for Trespasser, because obviously we're not there yet. But before we continue the main story, we're definitely going to do at least the Dwarven DLC, and probably both the Dwarven and Avar. Those might be the next couple streams. Because we are kind of nearing the end of the run here. It's kind of nice. Like, I was curious to see if this is going to be like 150 hours, but... oh, gosh me. It's looking like it might be closer to around 100. I don't see the game having 30 more hours in it, depending on the DLCs. If I can get both of them done, that'd be super duper. Because all they are is DLCs. It's not like a big deal, but the Avar one's kind of long. The Dwarven one wraps up fairly quickly. Like, not overly quickly, but quick enough to where you can get it done in one day. That's why I might do that one tomorrow and check it off the list and be like, alright, we got it. I think that would be a wise decision on my part, because we're already past the 5-hour mark on this stream, which is why we're going to wrap it up after this. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. We're ready. We will provide Zevran with resources he needs without telling the crows, of course. Lord Enzo is proving elusive. More eyes on her scene you can't hurt. Liliana. That's a 30-minute mission, so that's gonna wait. Oops, excuse me. Let's see here. I had our people remove the downward pointing triangular symbols from the outposts. They have not made a reappearance, which means little. It's clear someone has an interest in the Inquisition, someone organized with ties to across the sea. We've eliminated the Canari as the most obvious suspects. Nonetheless, do not tell us who they are, they're doing, or why. They're clever, we know that, and they have resources, but so do we. And they should learn that they are not to toy with the Inquisition. Liliana. Okay. Favor returned. Here we go.
Inquisitor.
Done. That's a 4-hour mission. We'll get the 4-hour mission done. Alright, well, we're going to save it there. And that's what we're going to call the stream for the night. So, hope you all enjoyed it. We got through the main quest. We did Blackwall's story mission, Liliana's, and did fairly well. So, and Vivienne's. So until next time, I'll talk to y'all later. So long, everybody. Let's save it one more time. There we go. So, that's that. Those on YouTube, thanks for subscribing and watching. Hope you're enjoying it. Those on Twitch, we had a pretty good sized crowd last time, so hope you all enjoyed watching it then too. So, until next time, see you guys later. Good night, everybody.